welcome. Thank you. Nice. What? Yeah, she's in there. This is on. What?
They have green light now.
I'm happy to.
Wow.
I'm going up, Terje.
It wasn't just because we were coming to us.
Katerina? I can hardly see Jim. Oh, look at this. Hi, everybody. I beg your pardon? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. It's so great to see everybody here, and we're finally moving this process along. We're a little late, but sånn er det bare. I'm Lisa Pacini, and on behalf of First Upper Symposium, Giskin Bradley and Katarina Barbosa-Blad, I would like to thank all of the national and international artists and speakers who will be joining us for this symposium. I would also like to thank Club Elsker and all of our volunteers. Thanks a lot, you guys. This is a really wonderful venue. And for sure, of course, we would like to thank everybody that's sitting here. And we'd really like to invite you to participate in the discussions. If, when we have questions and answers, it would be really nice to hear everybody's voice. For almost 10 years, First Upper Symposium has organized symposia on diverse topics, although always with a focus on art in relation to societal changes, primarily from a feminist and activist point of view. It's been very important for us to join forces with like and different-minded individuals to observe, discuss, and network to see if and where we can make a difference and can contribute to change and have our voices heard. Set in a nightclub, this year's First Upper Symposium's aim is to shed light on this problem with performance and academic talks that will explore age and power-related concepts and oppressive societal norm. Today, as for centuries, there is a considerable artistic talent that is invisible due to age discrimination. We will be sharing performance, dance, theater, music and artworks, and theory during this two-day event. We hope to generate discussions and action about where people have faced discrimination, what we can do to change it, and if there's a possibility of creating an economy by artists, for artists, to offset the capitalist forces of society and the art world. By including artistic practices and expressions of communication of the problem of ageism, we hope to engage rather than preach, to attract through curiosity around new images, perceptions, and sensory experiences. The world is going in the wrong direction, and I'm sure all of us feel a need to do something about it. One of the most important things that we can do is to try to create new spaces that are open and free of discrimination. By discriminating against age, we are discriminating against ourselves. We must learn to be open to new worlds and find new ways of existing together. We must be open to unexpected situations and welcome new knowledge and ideas. We perform the world and simultaneously create it. Every action potentially creates new realities and changes in how we act and think. Today, we must address age discrimination by creating new spaces for meeting and discussing, taking more care of each other and the world, nurturing our fellow humans, and developing a fundamental solidarity with each other and ourselves. Solidarity should be the foundation upon which we build a new way of being and existing together. So together, let's rock against ageism! Yes. Let's go! Let's rock! Let's roll! So, varsågod.
From church today. I had a little affair with the priest. Yes, and now we are talking about ageism, and tonight we're going to have lots of tonight. Hello, it's 3 o'clock. I'm so sorry, I used to work in the nightclubs before, so yeah. And it's kind of dark here and very nice lighting, so yeah. So how are we today? That's nice to hear. I have to thank you, one of the sponsors first. We have a Northern Company Catering. Der kan jeg se. We are so lucky to get fantastic food from Northern Company. They are an award-winning Norwegian company that harvest and sell wild-growing Norwegian seaweed from Træna. Træna is the dark side of the moon, actually. No, it's in the north of Norway and makes innovative food from seasonal, local, and sustainable product with emphasis and plant-based raw materials from sea and land. At this event today, they're going to serve us a nice poke bowl full of umami taste. The food is free for everybody who participate here today. Yes, the first performer, it's, can we have some lights from, from above? Okay, thank you. Yeah, not that much because, you know, this ugly thing here. The duo has been working with everything from happenings to big productions on stage, with self-produced and commissions works since 1992. They have themed their own lives and vad står det her? And
Dette her age inadequacies.
Ok, få låne de da. Man tar det man har. Nei, det gikk ikke. Beklager. Inadequacies, yeah, an inadequacies argument for working non-hierarchically. Excuse my English, I went to Petter Solberg School of English. And they have put improvisations, ja. Hva? Ja, men altså vi kommer i mål, herregud, slapp av, dette går så fint av. Ja. Og så, then, let me see, summarized as in insistence on a floating countercurrent. Who wrote this? Oh, it's getting warm up here now. It's, I mean, they tried to kill me, I'm sure. A countercurrent activity. They have presented their performance at Dansens Hus in Oslo in the period 2014 to 2018. They produced the show Grams, I Am Cosmos, Collapsing Distance, and Midlife Trilogy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Siri and Snelle. Do you need some help, girls?
Please hold the curtain.
Yeah. Come on.
här har man stått emot i alla år. Vägrat delta i sociala medier. Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Twatter och allt vad det heter, snipp och snapp. Hållit sig utanför. Känt på utanförskapet. Efter år av motstånd gav jag till slut upp. Släppte till, gav efter. Jag har kapitulerat. Nu är det kört. Jag ger upp. Jag kastar in handduken. Jag lägger ned. Jag erkänner. Jag är besegrad. Bara att släppa fördämningarna och låta sig spolas med. Som en obetydlig pinne bland pinnar. Som en drunknande droppe i det blöta. Jag ger upp. Jag uppgår. Jag överlämnar mig. Jag ger mig hän. Vars. Henne.
Denne stien er ikke rett. Noen ganger gir livet deg en knockout, rett venstre, ut i en annen bane. Venstre er min side. Venstre er min vonde side.
Det er ikke bare oppvarming, det er i gang. Vanvittig sakte indre fart. Påfyll av Paracet neste.
ursäkta, här, nu. Oj, nej, ja, hej, oj. Oj, ursäkta, ja. Ja, lite problem här.
Hvordan vil kroppen danse nå? Så skjør i periferien. Tynn hud som skal holde sammen den kroppen som utgjør barndom, skrubbsår, barnefødsler, elskov, fysiske utfordringer, utmattelser, den ytterste selvforakt og øyeblikk av den dypeste empati. Trekke pusten, trekke yttersiden inn, følelsen av spenninger som slipper, følelsen av at det er noen spenninger som for all del ikke må slippes, fordi det er så skjørt, og det er så mye som kanskje vil strømme på. Et ras av livet som har lagt seg til i krikene. Angst, skuffelser, sorg, kanskje jeg må gråte og danse.
Sentimental, överdrivet känslofull, överkänslig, vek, känslosam, tårögd, tårmild, tårdrypande, hjärtnupen, gråtmild, rörd, sorglig, rörande, patetisk, lyrisk, poetisk, snyftande, smäktande, sliskig, sockersöt, romantisk.
Et uendelig behov for å kjenne etter. Vi er kommet i emosjonsalderen. Andre pubertet. Engstelsesalderen. Vi er så veldig følsomme. Funker ikke. Punktum. Et kne i ryggen så latterlig stivt. I dag går jeg inn og ut av kroppsfokus og tankesprang. Ser Snelle sittende på en stol, gående, liggende i constructive rest, øynene lukket. Tenker på farger, hvilke farger som passer sammen med turkis. Tenker på New York, tenker på studio og Edens Expressway på Broadway. Det minner litt om scenehuset, unntatt alle sirenene. Tenker på en duett jeg så på video, mulig å gjenskape noe sånt, den stemningen. Jeg har et tydelig minne om hvordan Nina Martin beveget seg. Det var for 25 år siden. Jeg beveger meg med det minnet. Er Nina plutselig? Et så gammelt minne kan være så utrolig levende, fortsatt til stede. Repetisjonene forplanter seg gjennom ryggsøylen. Først var det deilig, så ble jeg kvalm, måtte stoppe, ute av trening. Den dansen der pleide å etterfølges av føsseldansen. Ond smak i munnen, og får øye på føttene mine. De er tørre og ekle. Strever for å klare å se undersiden av mine egne føtter. Jeg er litt mykere enn jeg vanligvis er nå for tiden.
komme inn fra venstre og legge noe bak seg. Hælen som har møtt gulvet, nå blottlagt for alle. Det sanselige som på grensen til det intime. Og så plutselig et helt nytt bilde. En avslappet kropp på gulvet. Droppet der tilfeldig, som om hun vil innenfor huden. Som om hun både undres over og plaget av avgrensningene mot omverdenen. Trekker seg bakover, vender seg bort. Liggende på magen blir livet så skjørt. Signalfarger, fare, utsatthet. Å manøvrere i verden uten ungdommelig overmot. Så mange aldre i en. Så mange tidsplan i fri flyt mellom berøringsflater og skjæringspunkt. Atletisk på nedtonet vis. Så mye stillhet rundt tiden. Svart-hvitt. Stripete, rødt, hud, hår, hæler, som har møtt gulvet nå blottlagt for alle. Tilflukt i avstanden, sanselig, intimt, nakent. Å tåle konfrontasjonen i det sakte, der det tid til å se sammenstøtet komme, krakeleringene spre seg, fornemme en puls, men ingen lyd.
Det små, stive, beskjedne spiraler gjemt i kroppen. Men med et spektakulært nedslag. Hit i position, presisjon og landing. Tørre å være der, og det går så sakte, så sakte. Glemte at det var dette kroppen hadde behov for. Det dette som var frihet en gang. Og nå det bare et snev igjen av det.
Wanna know how I get away with everything? I work all the fucking time. From Monday to Friday, Friday to Sunday. I love it. I work. So when I say come on, I mean come on. You've got to work with me. Nah, I don't wanna see any fake-ass workers. I need real builders. Work, work it. Work, work to be a winner. Sweat, work it. Sweat, sweat to be a winner. I wanna smell you. Yeah, I wanna smell you. I wanna smell you even from far away. I wanna smell you. I wanna feel you. So I can know if you're a winner, baby. Work, work it. Work, work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat, sweat to be a winner. How does that feel? Tell me, how does that feel? Is sweat dripping down your balls? Well, then you're not a winner yet. But come on. Work. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Sweat. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. So now that we've got an understanding, I need to explain one last thing to you. When I say work, I mean you've got to work for yourself. Love yourself. Feed yourself. So you can be a winner. All together. Work. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat, sweat to be a winner. Work, yeah, work it. Work, work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat, sweat to be a winner. See you later.
Girls. I ain't cleaning that up, no. Of course, jeg skal hjelpe dere gjerne. Så her tar tak I den, jeg vet du. Sånn. Så vi får liksom litt orden her. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, the next performer. That way. Lønner seg det egentlig. Next performer has written the book, This Chair Rocks. And is a leading spokesperson for activism about ageism. She has her own TED Talk. She's the founder of Old School Anti-Ageism Clearinghouse and has written for Harper's, The Guardian, and the New York Times. Please welcome Ashton Applewhite. Måtte bare koble seg på litt, vet du. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Ashton Applewhite. Yes, here we are. This stage. Nice to meet you.
You are used to being on a nightclub stage. I obviously am not, but it is a pleasure to be here. So, thank you. All right. So, look at those slides, beautiful slides. So, I put off writing this talk for a very long time because I didn't know where to start, and finally I decided to start where it hurts, the mirror. I used to think I was the only, next slide, I was the only person who looked at her reflection in the mirror and thought, what the hell happened? Now I know that seeing the face in the mirror as alien might be the most universal feeling of internalized ageism, when we have attitudes towards aging that are unconscious inside us, right? The feeling that our bodies are somehow betraying us simply because they are changing. New slide, if possible. The mirror thing, you know, and that image can't be us. And this happens to men too, but to grow up female in this youth and body-obsessed culture is to bring years of judging and being judged to that mirror. And as we age, we experience a growing disconnect between who we feel on the inside, youthful, ageless, right? And the self we imagine that the world is seeing in that harsh light, imperfect, ugly, overweight. We all know the list. And I think this discomfort is why my audiences always contain more women than men, because I think we're more vulnerable. I think we're braver. And that's good because I'm going to be vulnerable and brave, I think, and ask you to follow me into some thought experiments today. And I'm going to ask you to do two things throughout the talk: suspend judgment and imagine. That means suspending judgment of me too a little bit, please. I am a privileged, straight, white woman. I acknowledge intersectionality, of course, but I don't speak for everyone, especially people of color. And I'll miss things, and I'm very eager to hear if things that I say are very different here in Norway or in your experience, so please correct me or bring new information to light. It's why I'm here. I'll be here tomorrow also. A second admission, which is more painful. Even after writing a book about sexism, my previous book was about why women who end their marriages do so well. And even after writing a book on ageism, it is still hard for me to identify as an old woman. Next slide. You might think nobody would be happier to wear that t-shirt than me. What a great slogan. Old women are your future. But I'm not sure I'm ready for the world to see me that way. I'm happy with older. Old is still hard. I'm coping by hanging on to those two words. So what are some of the other ways that women try to cope with getting older? Next slide. We buy into what anti-aging products promise, right? We fudge or lie about our age, we freeze or fatten our faces, we get lifted and tucked and plumped. Not all of these things, and not all of us, but none of us are immune. We do these things as a way to reconcile the difference between what we look like and feel like and what we aspire to and what we think the world sees. Next slide. We do these things to keep our options open. Isn't that a great picture? In an ageist and sexist society, women's access to opportunity depends a lot on what she looks like, the role she can play, the people she can date or marry, the jobs she can land, the ponds she can swim in. And I completely understand why so many of us mask or deny our age. I really do. No judgment. The stakes are high. The conditioning runs deep. But this culture's obsession with how women look is not about beauty. It's about power. Next slide, please. It underlies what Susan Sontag called the double standard of aging, the social convention that aging enhances men and progressively destroys a woman. Quote, women reinforce it powerfully with their complacency, with their anguish, with their lies, she wrote. In protecting themselves as women, they betray themselves as adults, unquote. Ouch. We perpetuate it every time we walk in a room and rank the other women in it by age. No judgment, but imagine we can wean ourselves from the thoughts and behaviors that reinforce this double standard about aging in women. So let's look at what they cost us. Next slide, please. The anti-aging market is worth trillions of dollars. Products include Botox, anti-wrinkle, and anti-stretch remedies. Services include anti-pigmentation therapy, anti-adult acne therapy, breast augmentation, liposuction, chemical peels, hair restoration treatment. Devices include microdermabrasion, laser aesthetics, anti-cellulite treatment, and anti-aging radio frequency devices, and I'm sure the list is much longer. Next slide. Age denial is expensive. Because more older people are women, we represent a market that's going to grow ever more significant in the worst way. Next. Age denial is futile. Quote, no treatments have been proven to slow or reverse the aging process. That's a quote from the National Institute on Aging. Sunscreen, that's the only thing that helps prevent wrinkles. And the more we invest in anti-aging products and potions, the harsher the reality when they fail, as they inevitably do. Next slide. Age denial is rooted in shame and judgment. We fawn over women who age gracefully, and even more over those who seem not to age at all. I don't know if you've seen Paulina Porizkova in the news recently, but she's really come out about her age, but she's so fucking beautiful. It's like, it's hard to relate, let's face it. And there is always judgment around the woman who lets herself go, refuse to buy in and do all these things, and you risk being seen not as brave or nonconformist, but as incompetent or lazy. Next slide. We do this to ourselves and to each other. Sometimes I find myself thinking, couldn't she have tried a little bit harder? What else does age denial do? It leaves stereotypes in place. It is hard not to feel complimented when someone says, you don't look your age. What's the problem? We can only accept the compliment at the expense of all the other women who don't happen to look quite as good as we do, or who may not be seen at all. It relies on the ageist assumption, of course, that younger equals better, which is sort of the mother of all ageist stereotypes. And it deprives others of the evidence that the stereotypes are false. What other age could you look like besides your own? Seriously. As Gloria Steinem famously responded, next slide, please. This is what 40 looks like. That's her clit ring. You've got to love it. You don't usually, she says, this is what 40 looks like on her 40th birthday. You don't usually hear the rest of the quote. Quote, we've been lying for so long, who would know? Unquote. And when we lie, we're not undoing age stereotypes. We're just saying they don't apply to me. Age denial obscures what is uniquely valuable about growing older. Agelessness. Sounds so seductive, doesn't it? It is what countless magazine covers and beauty products aspire, or just to aspire to, right? But agelessness consigns us to a kind of limbo. It strips us of something incredibly precious, our years. Age denial makes it impossible to define aging on our own terms, whatever they happen to be, and they are unique for each of us. We each have to do this stuff in our own way, at our own speed. But for a lot of women, we feel freer to speak out. Maybe there's freedom in being less objectified. Age denial makes it harder to learn as we go, to be receptive to all the rich possibilities that getting older brings, like confidence and self-knowledge and perspective and freedom. Next slide, please. Age denial leaves class out of the picture. When you search stock photo libraries for pictures of women aging gracefully, this is what you get. White women smiling against pastels. The notion of how successfully we age, a matter of individual responsibility, assumes a level playing field, access to things like gyms and sushi, and help with caregiving, and decently paying jobs to feed retirement accounts. Women are less likely than their male counterparts to have these advantages, and women of color less than white women, and poor women less likely than wealthy ones. Next slide, please. Age denial gives discrimination a pass. Passing for younger confers all kinds of short-term social and economic benefits. I have been told by angry women, you don't get it. If I didn't dye my hair, my boss would figure out how old I am and he would fire me. And I think they're telling the truth. Dyeing our hair or leaving early accomplishments off our resumes are really successful strategies, and I completely understand why so many people engage in them, but they are like a gay person trying to pass for straight, which mercifully doesn't seem to have to happen that much anymore, at least in the West, or a person of color perhaps trying to pass for white. These behaviors aren't good for us because they're rooted in shame about something that shouldn't be shameful. Most problematically, they perpetuate the underlying discrimination that makes those behaviors useful. And for people who face other kinds of discrimination, like lesbians or women of color, the costs are even higher. Next slide. Age denial sustains patriarchy. I know that's not news to anyone in the room. A patriarchy is a society in which men have more power and systematically deny it to women. We live in one. Women participate in patriarchy by accommodating and upholding male power. For example, over half of white women voters chose twice an overtly racist president who bragged of sexually assaulting women, right? They chose the shelter of patriarchy, I call it, over solidarity with other women. Women collaborate by accepting and perpetuating patriarchal norms, being quiet or pretty or accommodating, and it's a way to wrest whatever power we can from the system to our advantage. And it works, but it reinforces a system that exploits and devalues us, including, of course, white women. Next slide. All isms, racism, sexism, ableism, they are not about how we look. They are not about biology, they're about power. Isms operate by pitting people against each other, working moms against stay-at-home moms, young against old, in order to maintain the status quo. An example that came up right around Me Too from feminists in France was this arbitrarily constructed generational divide, with some people saying that age was a way to understand differences between older and younger feminists. That's a mistake, because it's ageist, because it divides us, and because in Western culture, age is not neutral. In the words of critic Jennifer Wilson, ageism is, quote, a toxic patriarchal tool of control and division employed primarily and most catastrophically against women. Or as my favorite tweet put it, the problem is not older feminists, the problem is not younger feminists, the problem is goddamn patriarchy. It's really important not to get divided. So prejudices intersect and reinforce each other. And we see that in the way the harshest form of ageism is reserved for the old, to silence and subdue us and keep us in our place. Why is calling someone an old woman an insult? What does it say about our culture? Why is there granny bashing? And I don't know if that's a phrase in Scandinavia, but you never hear about grandpa bashing. You never hear a group of old men referred to as grandpas. We're always grandmas. This patriarchy ushers women on stage in our early teens and ushers off of it in midlife, if not before. Many women speak of going from being catcalled and harassed to being ignored and invisible. We are so steeped in patriarchy, we have so deeply internalized its values that we don't realize the harm it does. Why are older women such easy targets? Why have we left along? Why have we allowed this? And I love the fact that I'm an event that aims to rock that. Because sexism alone, this is the hardest part of this talk. Sexism alone, if we see how ugly the underlying misogyny is, how we collude in it, and how deep it runs, is a terrifying subject. Misogyny is dislike, contempt, or ingrained prejudice against women. Pair it with ageism, which we are just beginning to confront, and the full truth is immensely painful. Entire industries are built on promoting fear and loathing around women's aging and encouraging young women to perceive my 69-year-old face and body as hideous. None of this is natural, and none of it is fixed. Next slide. Not that long ago, it was considered unnatural for white middle-class women to work outside the home, for black and white people to be friends, for gay people to make lives together, for people with disabilities to be out in the world. Change is slow, but it is real. It begins internally by looking at how the double whammy of ageism and sexism affect how we see ourselves. No judgment. And the next step is to see how those social forces play out in the world. Next slide, please. Sexism and ageism are built into the way organizations, institutions, and social networks function, and this creates structural inequity, and it is the reason that aging is different for women and men. The ways in which age and gender intersect affect every corner of our lives, everywhere on the planet. Worldwide, women are less likely to be educated, which reduces our access to jobs and healthcare and our ability to shape our own lives. Widows and unmarried older women are particularly vulnerable and subject to abuse, especially in the majority world. The effects on our income, health, and well-being add up over time, and they are further compounded by race and by class, which is why everywhere in the world, the poorest of the poor and sickest of the sick are old women of color. Next slide. Here's a closer look at 3 domains: economics, caregiving, and health, where the stakes are particularly high. I have a lot of data here from the US, which I'm gonna skip over because I think it's not relevant for you all, but I also suspect the big picture is relevant, that women live longer and earn less. That's the next button, please. Our society values so-called women's work less, especially if it is associated with women of color, who make up 2/3 of all minimum wage workers in America. The pay gap increases. It's large for white women, worse for women of color. If you have a disability, it's very hard to get paid at all. The wage gap in the U.S. starts, women in the job market, and I'm curious to hear what Nancy has to say about how it is or is not analogous in the art world. First, we're penalized because we're too sexy to be taken seriously. Then we're too fertile to be taken seriously. And then we're not sexy or fertile anymore. Then that's it. So in the U.S., women stop being promoted to managerial positions at age 34. And then there's discrimination in hiring. There was a big experiment from the National Bureau of Economic Research. They submitted more than 40,000 mock online job applications. Men got more callbacks than women. Young women more callbacks than older women. No surprise there. And of course, that affects our financial security in ways that compound over a lifetime, so that women in the U.S. are more than twice as likely as men to end up in poverty, and the numbers are even higher if they are not white. When women are poor, so are their children. More than half of poor children in the U.S. live in families headed by women, who are more likely to be custodial parents, which brings up caregiving. Caregiving, next slide. Thank you, you're on it. Caregiving is a tender, beautiful, enriching part of being human. What makes it a burden is doing it alone without supports. Women in the U.S. do 2/3 of us, maybe looking after kids and parents, and later on parents, children, and grown children, and their children, right? You may have heard the phrase, the sandwich generation. We are living longer everywhere in the world. That is becoming the club sandwich generation, right? 4 and even 5 living generations. It wouldn't be a problem if this important work were valued, decently paid, and optional, but it is none of those things, although there's lots of lip service about how wonderful women are to do it. So we all know that, and then as we saw from the pandemic, the tremendous hit that women, professional women, took over working men because they ended up doing most of the child care and having to sacrifice their jobs again. The current system takes it for granted that family members can and will take on caregiving, as millions of us do tenderly and willingly. The burden is likely to grow as care becomes more privatized and aging in place. That's a big thing in the U.S. I'm curious about it here. As it grows, because it basically puts the burden on families, unpaid women. So the sexism is obvious. The system privileges men over women at every turn. The ageism is clear. It's the very old and very young who need the most care. And I should say that my definition of ageism is that we are being ageist anytime we make an assumption about someone or a group of people on the basis of how old we think they are, and that includes too young as well as too old. Young people experience a lot of ageism as well, so it affects our entire life. And an ageist culture values very young people and a very old people less than people in the middle. And all these factors converge to make women more vulnerable over time. And the last button, please, slide. Women live longer and get sicker. Biology is partly responsible, but so are the inequalities I've already talked about. More women than men are disabled. Living past menopause increases the risk of hormone-related conditions like osteoporosis, which is the reason I was turned down for long-term care insurance, because I have the most common condition that older women have. Ageism in healthcare is rampant. Doctors often dismiss treatable conditions. At your age, what do you expect? If your doctor says that, find a new doctor. Internalized ageism, expectations that we're going to decline, and learned helplessness all play a part too. And so does the fact that women are socialized to be compliant and that doctors are held up as authority figures. Much ageism and sexism is benevolent, justified on the basis that women, especially old women, don't know what's best for us, which of course requires disempowering us. It's one reason older women receive fewer medical examinations, less follow-up, and less preventive care than older men. We suffer longer because we're diagnosed later, and we're more likely to be considered too weak or too frail to withstand surgery, although there is no evidence that we are any more at risk. Experiencing discrimination itself is an important risk factor for poor mental and physical health. Older women of color and poor women receive the worst care. Less treatment, fewer interventions, less pain medication, less respect for end-of-life decisions. Older lesbians frequently encounter homophobia, heterosexism, and ageism also in the healthcare system. Achieving equal rights for women from birth to death means looking at how all these prejudices intersect and shape each of our lives. All of these disparities in wages, in who cares for your kids or your mom, in what you eat and where you live, are compounded by belonging to more than one stigmatized group. Even if women achieve gender equality this minute, and wouldn't that be great? For example, women of color would still be oppressed by racism, and white men would still have more privilege. When prejudice goes unchallenged the way ageism has until really recently, it seems normal, like just the way things are. Until feminism taught women new scripts, we blamed ourselves for not aging well or successfully, as if it were possible to fail at growing older. Next slide. Change begins with awareness. The critical starting point is to acknowledge our own biases, to look for the ways in which we are ageist, instead of for evidence that we're not, which is of course no fun because no one wants to think that they're biased, but everyone is biased some of the time, and we can't challenge bias unless we're aware of it. So it's especially around ageism that a lot of people don't even know the meaning of the word. The conditioning is so deep that it is hard to envision a different way of being in the world. But none of this prejudice is natural, and none of it is fixed. Those feelings that crop up when we look in the mirror, that what we see is lesser or uglier or other than what we feel, they crop up not just because we weren't always old, but because we learned to be ageist in early childhood, which is when attitudes towards race and gender start to form. Some of those feelings come from consumer culture, which bombards us with ways to fix or stop or cure aging. The passage of time, you get good luck with that. Some of these feelings come from somewhere deeper and uglier, the culture's entrenched misogyny. And just as older people can be ageist, women can be misogynist, another painful fact. This is a lot to overcome. It can feel like trying to lift a boulder, but we don't have to live it alone. We have heroes, and we have visionaries, and we have each other. And we have consciousness raising, the tool that catalyzed the women's movement because women came together and compared experiences and realized that what they were going through was not a personal failing or flaw. It was a widely shared experience that we could come together and do something about. It took a social movement to wake people up to the fact that the obstacles women were encountering weren't all in our head. How many times have we heard that? But the result of sexism and patriarchy compounded for many more women by racism, ableism, or homophobia. So this is the first step in a process of social change. I will just mention another website. I don't have the link in a slide, but it's the Old School Anti-Ageism Clearinghouse, oldschool.info, where you can find hundreds of free downloadable resources of all types, including a guide called Who Me, Ageist, to starting a consciousness-raising group around age bias, and a newer one called Ageist, Sexist, Who Me, which is about how ageism and sexism inform each other. If all you do is push back a little bit when someone says you look great for your age, that is completely valid. Try responding, you look great for your age too. No judgment, imagine. Imagine. Next slide, please. If we want equal rights, and for those rights not to diminish over time, we need to understand the personal and social forces at work behind our second-class status, take that awareness out in the world, and change the culture. It is time to mobilize against ageism the way we did against sexism. If that seems like too big an ask, look how much the position of women, I feel like in this crowd it's not a big ask, but sometimes it is. I like to remember that when Hillary Clinton, who's roughly my age, started at Yale Law School in 1969, she was told she was taking a man's place. It was legal for a man to rape his wife. Abortion was mostly outlawed, and we know about that. I can't even. And women were barely visible in politics and business. We still have a long way to go, but just as different prejudices reinforce each other, so do different forms of activism, right? Activism is intersectional too. When we chip away at the fear and prejudice that underlie any kind of prejudice, we chip away at them all. The women's movement taught us to claim our power, and a movement against ageism will teach us to hold onto it. Next slide. How can we get old and stay powerful? That's the question, right? Next slide. We get old and stay powerful by tapping into what we know. Getting older enriches us. It's not just different from what we've been brainwashed to believe. It is way better. We know that. I think that flicker of cognitive dissonance is probably what brought a lot of you here. If you can get past the age word, which is a huge obstacle, which is another thing. Aging brings authenticity, confidence, perspective, self-awareness. My mother said her legs got better, which would be nice. I would like legs like our moderator, but no such luck. As we get older, priorities are clearer. It's easier to manage emotions. We care less about what people think, which is really liberating, especially for women. We want less. There are also real losses, from physical capacity to beloved friends, and those losses are real. But what never dawns on so many people is the experience of reaching old age or middle age, or even just reaching past youth, can be better or worse depending on the culture in which this takes place. Who in this room really believes that she is inferior to the woman she used to be? Less interesting, less intelligent, less fun in bed? Unless we challenge the underlying message that to age is to lose value as a human being, it becomes part of our identity. That's internalized ageism. Those are the voices that kick in when you see yourself in the morning, especially after a rough night, which last night kind of qualified as. The more clearly we see these social forces at work, the easier it is to come up with alternative, more positive, and more accurate narratives, right? It's not some happy gloss on the facts. It's what we see around us. We have to learn to see it. Let's make sure the whole story gets told and do our best to embody it. Next slide. We get old and stay powerful by liberating our view of attractiveness. Where does the idea that older women's bodies are unattractive come from? Quote, "It should be perfectly familiar," wrote pioneering feminist Cynthia Rich. "It's like the distaste anti-Semites feel toward Jews, homophobes feel toward lesbians and gays, racists towards blacks, the drawing back of the oppressor from the physical being of the oppressed." Unquote. Next slide. All marginalized people have been told that it's natural for others to be physically repelled by them. That's why the slogan, "Black is beautiful," was coined during the civil rights movement to challenge the aesthetic that darker skin and African features were unattractive, and to counter the practice of people with lighter skin, right, getting more social privilege. The practice of passing as younger is just as self-destructive, and overturning the notion that old equals ugly is no more far-fetched. Instead of muttering, "What the hell happened?" at the face in the mirror, try taking a minute to recall some of the things that did happen and how remarkable a lot of them were. Next slide. My hands now recall my mother's on the steering wheel of her station wagon, carting her 4 children around to school and doctor's appointments. This is wrinkled jewelry by an Israeli artist, and you can find her on Old School. I don't remember her name. What's wrong with my knobby white knuckles? Absolutely nothing. We are being sold a bill of goods and paying the price, both literally, because all those products are expensive, and in diminished confidence in our bodies as a never-ending source of pleasure. I'm not suggesting for a minute that we abandon vanity, the urge to adorn ourselves, to feel beautiful, to look our best. Next slide. I'm suggesting we stop being each other's cruelest critics. I'm suggest we inspire, and I think women are way harsher critics, speaking in heteronormative terms here, than men are of how women look. I'm suggesting we aspire to looking great instead of looking young. If we believe it, we make it so. What's my evidence? Well, if we accept for the purpose of this example that a goal would be to be sexually active, which it need not be, and you can have no sex at all, no judgment. But if you look around at your friends who are sexually active, they are not the youngest, they're not the thinnest, they're not the whitest, they're not the prettiest. They're the ones who know their lovers are lucky, who have beaten back this narrative. No judgment. Imagine. Next slide. Listen to a quote from an ad guy named Chuck Nyron on older women's bodies. Hang on. Next slide, please. And he says, older women's bodies offer contours aplenty, shapes galore, curves, mounds, crannies. Afterwards, you think about what you didn't get to yet. Why does that seem so damn radical? Why didn't we think of that? Why not, above all, learn to look more generously at each other and ourselves? Writer and activist Lindy West, I don't know if any of you know her writing, has described staring at parts of bodies she had always reviled on herself, like fat rolls and arm fat, consciously deciding to find them beautiful and learning that it worked. Want to change the way you, whether they're fat or trans or old, work at it. Desire is not innate, and it is not immutable. Seeing differently is a radical ask indeed, a collective act of reimagining and the work of a lifetime that we need to engage in with others. It is both necessary and possible. Next slide. This is not to deny the exquisite attraction of youth, but it's not zero-sum. A more expansive, all-inclusive vision doesn't mean less for younger women. It's more for us all. Otherwise, we perpetuate bias, oppression. We get old and stay powerful by coming together in groups of all ages. Having friends of all ages is crucial in 1,000 ways. We learn from each other's stories about being told we talk too much or wear too much makeup or not enough, or are crazy or angry. What young woman hasn't been shut down by an older one who felt threatened or was just being mean? We need film, and I think and if younger women spent more company with older women who enjoy being older, they would realize how foolish it is to fear getting older and how much of our youth we squander on worrying about it. We need female solidarity from birth to death, from diapers to menstruation to menopause, and back to diapers again if that's how it turns out, and to be able to cast a wide net lifelong. Next slide, please. Sometimes being with younger friends makes me feel younger, and sometimes it makes me feel ancient. It's complicated for them too. I know they're thinking, I hope I age as well as Ashton, and I hope that never happens to me. I know, because it's how I used to think. This alienation from older women and apprehension at becoming like us is not natural. It is not a function of being female. It is a function of social forces, ageism, sexism, capitalism. I can't believe I didn't get to capitalism till now. In this case, that makes us fearful and keeps us divided from joining forces. I worked for a long time in an office at the Museum of Natural History in New York, and one woman there was older than I was, and she'd been listening to me over the years, and she said she was at a party, and she nearly bit the head off of a woman who was about to turn 30 and was all freaked out about it. And I gently pointed out that the same forces that are making that woman's 30th birthday so fraught are the same ones that was making her anxious about turning 70, right? We are allies up against the same forces, not opponents. Next slide. As is, younger women retain power by distancing themselves from older ones, and older women try to hold on to it by denying that we are aging. You don't need a PhD in feminist studies to figure out that these behaviors are not good for us. They set us up to fail. They prioritize appearance, yet more emphasis on the fact that what really matters is how we look. They yoke power to conventional sex appeal, looking young, which gives women a very short and shaky window of opportunity, and they give discrimination a pass. No judgment, but imagine. Next slide. Do we want to maintain power relations that privilege the male, the white, and the wealthy by continuing to compete, or do we want to subvert them? Do we want to keep colluding in our own disempowerment to dig the hole deeper, or do we want to throw away the damn shovel? As is, each generation has to figure out on its own just how futile and punishing it is to fear aging and wear ourselves out on that hamster wheel of age denial. It is time to unite and break the chain. This means bringing women together, reaching across age and race and class, which is a lot harder than age, to work on new ways of thinking and behaving. Because the sisterhood forged by the women's movement in second wave in the US left women of color out and left older women out. Because the only way to dismantle both ageism and sexism is to pair crone power and girl power. Because we have a historic opportunity to forge a movement against ageism that brings us together by drawing on everything we have learned about how to identify these other forms of bias in society and in our own ears, between our own ears, right? And I think that another remarkable opportunity in front of us. It's always a mistake to compare forms of bias. They all rely on each other, and being anti-ageist means joining every struggle for equal rights, but there is something very powerful in the idea that aging is the one universal human experience, and age discrimination is the one form of discrimination we all encounter. Aging is inevitable. Ageism, the loss of voice and agency, is not inevitable. And that's the part that makes aging while female so much harder than it has to be. A system designed to exploit our insecurities only works if we agree to it. We can change the way we see ourselves and each other and how we value what we see. We can insist on being seen and respected as our full, rich, messy, lumpy, complicated selves, and we can move slowly but surely if we have the will and the desire and the vision. Imagine, from competing to collaborating. We can turn it from a conversation about scarcity and loss to one about empowerment and equity, and we can take that change out in the world. Women are leading this movement, and we always will. Next slide. We get old and stay powerful by mobilizing against ageism, grappling with our internalized prejudices, being kinder and more generous to each other and ourselves, making friends of all ages. These are important tasks in their own right. They change us and the way we are in the world. Their value increases exponentially if we see confronting ageism as part of a broader cultural revolution and join the movement to dismantle it. Let's embody what we know, that aging is something to enjoy and be proud of getting old. Let's reject the description of aging as a problem to be fixed or an affliction to be cured, and claim it for what it is, a natural, powerful, lifelong process. It's not just something annoying old people do, right? We are aging from the minute we are born, and it unites us all. Let's swap age shame for age pride. Age pride is for everyone who refuses to regret waking up a day older, who acknowledges long life as the privilege that it is, and who is prepared to challenge the power structures that underlie all discrimination. What change would each of us like to see? Who will we reach out to? What person, older or younger than us, to make it happen? Game on. Thank you. Are we having a Q&A now? No one told me what happens next.
We're hoping. Thank you so much, Ashton. House lights?
So,
Our comments. What's different here that I got wrong?
All right, we're going to have to use our voices, people. That's the whole point of this symposium. So get up and scream. Jeff?
You want me to scream?
Yes.
Because I can't get this to work.
I think what you described is the difference between, say, Norway and the States is pretty much the same.
I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I always think everything is so much worse in the U.S.
It is, but the general dynamic is
The fundamentals.
I've had a question in my head about ageism. I was wondering if, so one of the main motivations, or the main feeling is that
I'll repeat the question.
people are scared of death. And therefore, when they see older people, they think those people are at the end of the conveyor belt. You know?
I'm glad you brought that up. I do it because I see it used as a reason. Oh, could we have the next slide? There's one more. People use so I've been blogging out loud, thinking out loud at thischairrocks.com, and you can search my blog for all of these things. It's searchable by topic, including my thoughts on this, which are that people use they conflate aging and dying and use it as a reason, in my opinion, to sort of give ageism a pass. And there is an element of truth in this, of course. Older people are reminders of mortality. There is less road behind us than ahead. But dying is a discrete biological event that happens only at the end of all that living. People may look at me and think I'm ancient, but they don't look at me and think she's dying. So I feel like it is important to push back against that equation. I mean, to acknowledge the grain in it, but to say, you know, we're aging from the day we're born, and it's how we move through life. That's what makes it so interesting. And the death part, you know, I mean, I'm aware all the time that, you know, there's less and less time. It's real, but that does not excuse in any way discriminating against people on the basis of it. I know you're not arguing that.
No. I just thought that's.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Basis. I also come from I work in the music business, okay, and for most of my life I've been invisible because I'm in writing, and then the streaming economy took the legs out from under the writing economy, and so I went I think 55, I decided to go back out and start performing, is what I did when I was younger. And I would say that even for males, you know, and males as well as females, after basically 30, you're kind of finished. You know,
as a performer?
As a performer, yeah.
Well, I didn't start till I was 40, so that was smart of me. Not that I think of myself as a performer. No, it does affect men. In fact, age bias is the first form of discrimination many white men encounter. It's their first, you know, encounter with the fact that it's not a level playing field, and it's a horrible, horrible feeling. And if you are in the public eye, I think the scrutiny for both sexes, all sexes, is harsher.
I agree. It's probably the first. Well, I had anti-Semitism when I was younger, but in the music business, I actually confronted a record company because I have a band that's multi-generational. The youngest is 26, and the oldest is 74, and everything in between is 6 people. And they don't know, they do not understand, they don't have any way of understanding this. They work I can't speak English anymore.
I think you should throw a copy of my book at their head.
Yeah. Well, I asked him, I said, what do you see when you look at me? He says, an older chap. And I said, so in other words, this is ageism.
Well, it's not, I mean, you are older, I am older. It is not, age is real, and a reference to age is not inherently ageist. If he says, you know, a useless old fart, then that's being ageist. But I think we need to acknowledge, you know, that age is real.
Well, he used that as a reason as not being able to sign it. Not being able to sign it. And I just said, so, you know, you subscribe to ageism. And he said, well, maybe. And I said, well, then you can add all the other isms to it. You know, because
well, good for you to call him out.
Yeah.
Good for you. Anyone else comments?
Hi.
Hi.
You mentioned making friends across ages, which I think is a really cool thing that everyone should do. But it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, because naturally you kind of end up hanging out with people your age. So what are your advices for meeting friends that are not your age?
You know, my age cohort, my social cohort is very mixed up, and I used to be sort of smug about that, like, well, what's so hard? And then it's almost entirely white, and I don't live in Scandinavia. And if it were easy, my friend cohort would look like the Rainbow Coalition, so it is not easy. I acknowledge that. One reason is that, and here again, I'm sure it's worse in the US, but we live in a very age-segregated society where higher education is an age-segregating factor, and then the workforce and so on. And because so few of us have older and younger friends, it becomes easy to think, oh, I get along with this person because they're my age, rather than because we both like horses, or because we do the same thing for a living, or because they like the same kind of music as I do. So age becomes a bigger thing in our head simply because we don't have that much experience, which is true of, gay people or black people or whatever. My advice is to think of something you like to do and find an age-diverse group to do it with. You have to start with a thing. You can't just grab an old person and say, hi, be my friend, or hi, you're young, I like you, because whether you like them or not, I guarantee age won't have anything to do with it, unless your thing is extreme sports. That is something for the young, but honest to God, that's the only one. And the other thing is to break the habit, and I'm just going to assume everyone has this habit, but when we enter a social situation, to head for people your own age. Go talk to someone much younger or older than you. Maybe they'll be boring and it'll be horrible, but it won't be because they're young. It'll be because they're boring or horrible, right? I hope that's helpful.
It is. Thanks. So stunned you all into silence.
No, it's okay. It's no. Can you hear me?
Put your hand up. I don't see where you. Oh, hi.
Yeah, I guess my question is, well, first of all, also for you that's sitting there with the gray hat, that just spoke. Sorry. Hi. Just to be a bit more concrete, I think political circles are a really great way to engage in a wide spectrum of age. So I would say get engaged politically, because there you'll meet old and young. I mean, every party has a young section of the party, and then you have the veterans or whatever, if you want to call them that. So that's just to be a bit more concrete. And then my question is more how do you think that ageism has the capacity to change material conditions? Because, I mean, you can't, a lot of the things you named were somewhat aesthetic, I would say. You started by looking in the mirror, and then you named the beauty industry, and these were kind of the starting points. But my question is there's an issue of time and the experience of time itself that really is a class issue. A mother of 4 that works 3 jobs, I don't really think she's caring about what she looks like in the mirror. I think she's caring mostly about if she can get enough food on the table, or in a American perspective, it's if her kids are going to be able to go to higher education.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how you think of abolishing ageism or age discrimination,
right,
as if it even has the potential to change material conditions, or I don't really think.
I hugely believe that it does. No surprise there. The most literal answer I could give you is to talk about the huge cost of age discrimination in the workplace, which corporations and policymakers are starting to wake up to. I just saw a study. The AARP is the organization for older people in the U.S. that is useless, but they do crunch some numbers. They just calculated that the annual cost of age discrimination in the workforce alone in the US was $800 and some billion, and they estimate that if we don't do something about it by 2050, it will be, I don't remember the exact number, but high 800 trillion, equivalent to the GDP of Germany. So you can't think about anything if your children can't eat. I agree that all of this reflecting in the mirror or whatever becomes a luxury. That's what I was referring to with the woman who said, don't give me shit about dyeing my hair. I have to feed my kids. So So by addressing age discrimination in the workplace alone, which is doubly crippling for women, and even worse, higher obstacle for women of color, we will do a lot to enable those people, and men too. I mean, men likewise. I mean, I get sickening emails from people who send out hundreds of resumes who don't even get a call back, who are being told that the thing they learned to do, they spent their entire life learning, is useless. And no one even, or maybe they get an interview and it's over the minute they come in the room or turn on their camera. And this is with a global labor shortage. So I think actually, ironically, the forces of capitalism are going to bring some power to bear on exploiting more workers, because capitalism needs more workers. And I think that is going to be a factor actually in addressing ageism in the workplace. This talk was pretty much focused on internalized ageism. You're right about that. But we need to see our value and take that into an interview, onto a date, in every way, in order to, I think, seize the opportunities if and when they show up.
Thank you for that. That's me talking.
Hi.
Hi. I'm just thinking, just to elaborate on what you were saying, that it's so hard for me to think about the workspace because I don't think I've experienced it in my lifetime. The way me or my friends or people in my age work is my pension is nothing. There's nothing. There's no such thing as a workplace that would discriminate against. It's more about from living from day to day. And I think also a lot of people that I know in my the people that I know, it's also the way that we are being employed now as opposed to before, in my parents' generation, is completely different.
Completely different.
They have
no job security.
My parents have much less education than I have, but their financial situation is much more stable. And I don't know, ageism.
I think where we see ageism in the workplace is the grouping of people into different. I'm on a campaign, one of many, to get people to use the word generation less, to not talk about boomers or millennials or whatever they go by in Norway. Because when you look at what workers are up against, opportunity and deficits, what is much more important is the time at which the economic circumstances in which they entered the workplace, right, which was very different for people your age and people my age. People my age entered the workforce at a time of incredible undivided peace and prosperity, if you were an upper middle class American. And younger people have every reason to resent that, but it doesn't make us the enemy, right? So listen up and resist any efforts to categorize the way people behave in the workplace or anywhere else because of when they were born. If there is a difference, and there are, of course, differences, your life is shaped to some degree by when you were born. But an example is young people being chastised because they're disloyal and change jobs all the time. Have you heard that? Well, guess what? When we were that age, we did the same thing. It's a function of how old you are when you're trying to figure out what to be when you grow up. And now also, because of the economic circumstances, younger people need to switch jobs more often in order to get decent raises, because how else are you possibly going to save up enough for any kind of retirement because of the economic situation? But age has very little to do with that. Class, gender, ethnicity, the historical context, economic context, all have a the world I want is a world in which everyone will name their age, and it'll just be a neutral thing. We'll be the age we are, but it will be much less salient. It will stop being seen as this big barrier or this big commonality, because there are so many other factors that play such a bigger role in shaping what we have in common, what we're good at, what we like, and what we hate. I think that's my exit line.
Very, very nice. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, are we Ready for some coffee and cookies? Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I say coffee and cookies. I don't care. We have some coffee and we have a short break, 15 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, let's go.
Skal nå legge deg der, men så sitter de oppe her, sant?
After all, it's a Sunday, so I had to just put some little small things on. Yes, we have to go further because we have one more performance and then we're going to eat dinner. So this is a strange thing. First coffee and then dinner. I thought it was the other way around, but we take it as it is. From Istanbul, is this on? It's on, yeah. Oh, thank you. It's my good friend Jim. A little applause. From Istanbul is an artist based in Oslo that works with drawing, performance, textiles, installations, and sound. Her work is based in one more time. Reinterpreting. That was it. Yes. I just want to show my beautiful dress, you know. Excuse me. Reinterpreting exclusion and human psychology through storytelling, symbolism, creation of myths. Her stories exist in another reality, where the characters imitate the human experience. In her New York, she focuses on exclusion as a result of immigration, age, the rule of being a mother, and existentialism, existentialism from a feministic view. Ladies and gentlemen, Esra Duzen. Yes, da det faktisk middag. Tro det eller ei, vi har mer performance etterpå. Så for nærme høyttaler nå, eller? Yes. We have more performances later, but now we're going to eat some dinner. Are you ready for that? Okay, it's dinner is served.
No? Ah, there. Yes, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the catwalk, because the catwalk was done in the summer with some people that were supposed to be themselves. I just told them to have their own clothes, choose their own music, be themselves, and just go catwalk. And then we wanted to do it again, like an introduction to this evening and tomorrow. And Lise had this great idea, which was to put a russebus. And russebus, this is something which is typical here, although some place in Sweden and Denmark, they also do it. The kids that are finishing their studies, they have this bus. They pay a lot of money for that. And they play loud music from the 1st of May to the 17th of May and go crazy. And the symbol was really good in relation to us that were walking, because people expect this 18 years old, 19 years old coming out of the bus. But it was us, and it was a great success. A lot of people saw it. It was in front of the Nobel Fredspris, is the museum of the prize of the Nobel Prize of Peace. And then in front of the house of the artist, and then we went to a park, Frogner Park. And I take advantage now to thank my models. You were so great. Thank you. Vi kan bli inne. Du kan bli inne nå.
Nei, men han er ikke ferdig.
Thank you. I think there was somebody that said that they wanted to ask a question and they didn't have time. Is that person still in the room? Because Ashton is here to answer a question, or I can answer a question, or Katerina can answer a question. Does anyone want to say something about thoughts that they have of what we could do to start changing this?
It's not my question.
Okay.
I remember it was Hans Petter Blad's question. And if I'm not mistaken, he was asking about, there are lots of films in Hollywood, like lots of movies that are talking about coming of age teenagers, how to become a teen, or what are the problems of a teen, but it's never about focusing more on the older generation in that sense. So his question was somewhere around this, so if you want to answer, you can. It's not, yeah.
No, that's a really good point. And Ashton, as you're from America, in the land of Hollywood.
The land of Hollywood, yes. I think Hollywood and consumer culture in general are huge drivers of ageism. I do think it's one of the reasons why everything is worse in America. Ideally, older people would be represented in proportion to our numbers and in all our diversity, in advertising, in the movies, in television, in everywhere. And which also means representing disability. This is complicated because aging and disability are not the same, absolutely not. However, we do lose some physical function as we age. I mean, I can't see shit in this room when the lights are out. I tripped over the tripod. I was super, grateful this was lit up. That stuff happens, right? But there is a lot of movement recently around representation of older women in acting roles. Has anyone picked up on this? There's the Gina Davis Institute on gender in the movies. There's a statistic in my TED Talk, if I could remember it, about something like only 15% of speaking roles in Hollywood movies are of older people, and in some huge percentage of them were represented as disabled in some way or not cognitively present. So you need to keep those people in the picture, because there's this whole, I'm getting off topic, but I'm winding up and I'll just finish the idea. This whole idea of successful aging, which, first of all, if you wake up in the morning, you're aging successfully. But it's very consumer driven, right? To age well or age successfully really means to not age, right? To look and move as much like your younger self as possible. And all that does is push the inevitability. Cognitive decline is not inevitable, but something in your body is going to fall apart. And it just pushes that scary stuff out of the conversation into the edges of the room where it is further stigmatized and used to divide. You know, say, you know, this is my partner. We still, you know, walk a lot when we visit a European city, but, you know, I get tireder, that's for sure. You know, what happens when one of us can't walk that far? Hopefully we'll push the other one in a wheelchair. We'll get, you know, hire some young person, that would be ageist, to push us both around. And like, you have all these double strollers. Honey, that's a great idea. You know, we'll make it up as we go along, but not be hidden and hopefully not be embarrassed by the fact that, you know, our bodies change just like our faces.
What about people who can't afford to hire someone?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah. Exactly. Class, you know, all the no, which of course doesn't exist in America. I mean, the whole successful aging doctrine is profoundly classist because all these things, people with money can afford to buy supports like someone to push us around in our fancy double stroller. And if you don't have money, especially in the US, you are stuck. So we need, you know, the organic remedy is to age in community where we remain visible and we have the companionship. I was just talking with the cameraman in the corner who said he's always grown up in a mixed age household. And so he's looking forward to getting old because he's had that experience, which doesn't speak to your, you know, to your question. Class plays a huge part here and it divides us much more than age does. And it's really important to call that out at every opportunity. I mean, that's one of the issues with labeling people in generational labels is that it exaggerates this idea that of age shaping us. And, you know, we are shaped by formative experiences. If you grew up during a war, during a recession, that's real, and it is a source of group identity. But class, far more, and gender and ethnicity all shape our experiences and what we have in common far more. And when we're lumping people into generations, then of course instantly you stereotype because you have a set of associations with that word. We all do. And it blinds us to these more important forces, and economics is certainly primary among them.
I want to also comment about political influence, because in Norway now we have a parliament where only one member of parliament is older than 70 years old. And then we have a whole bunch of politicians of young age who's speaking about the problem of the older generation. So I think also that we have to push to be represented in all different political organs as well.
In the community as a whole, queer people, you know, brown people, whatever. There would be disabled people in particular are hidden away. I think my hunch is that underlying some of that reasoning is that we need to get rid of the old people to make room for the young people, and that is that sort of zero-sum thinking is just never ever our friend. It is a fallacy, in particular in the world of labor, because the older and younger people do not typically compete for the same jobs. The amount and nature of work is not fixed. There are cases where there are. I mean, tenured track positions in academia, there are only so many of them. If the only job available is as a barista at the corner coffee shop, you are going to have older and younger people competing for that job, but that's a labor market problem, not a too many old people problem. And the minute we start framing it as this generation is a certain way, we get stuck in our buckets. There was an example just last week. Very serious problem of having trouble getting our Sunday paper delivered. It never shows up. I call and complain. And the customer service person said, well, you know, young people just don't want to show up for work early in the morning. And it's like, and I did call her on it gently. You know, the problem is not, who knows whether they're young people. In my friend's neighborhood, it's Vietnamese families that deliver to her house. So how do you know it's a young person? But the problem is that no one wants to get up early for a shitty job if they can make more money doing something else. The issue, generational divides distract us from more important questions of equity and access. Well, that would be, my exchange with the customer service person is she's seeing the problem. The reason I'm bitching to her on the phone is because young people are lazy. You realize a Vietnamese person can be young, right? It's what? You realize a Vietnamese person can be young. Of course. No, it's Vietnamese, but it happened to be families in this case. The age of the worker in this context, I think, is irrelevant. The fact is that it's not a well-paying job, and if they want people to show up and deliver the paper, they're going to have to pay that person more and probably charge me more. And I don't think her comment about blaming it on lazy young people was certainly ageist, and I think it distracts us from looking at the real problem, which is we're not paying people enough money for shitty jobs. Sorry, who? Oh, yes, hi. You again.
So full of questions. I don't want to stand. That's awkward.
It's maybe more of a thought than a question, but
I would love to hear how it's different here, or if you think I'm crazy or wrong about something.
yeah. So you mentioned someone talking about living in a multi-generational home, and you were also talking about maybe things are different here than in America. And I'm thinking in Scandinavia, and probably also a lot of the Western world, multi-generational homes are becoming more and more rare. And, you know, capitalism has kind of pushed this idea that you have to be an individual, make your own way in the world. Yeah, exactly. And do you think ageism becomes worse because of this? I mean, I do, but what do you think?
That ageism is made worse by this capitalist mentality?
Yeah, because when you live in a generational home, you kind of maybe value all the ages that you are surrounded with.
I completely agree. 100%, obviously, and it's not just ageism, of course. It's all these forces, blah blah blah. Like I said 10 times during my talk. When we live in a intergenerational household, or people often say like, "Isn't it better somewhere else?" And they look wistfully eastward, wherever east is. You know, if you live in a village or in a mixed age community, then it is. I'll use that word natural to see, you know, people have different capacities and different, you know, ways to contribute that are somewhat, you know, age dependent when you're very little and perhaps when you're older, but everyone is visible. And the alliances that form, my source again was saying that for a while there were only 2 generations in the household. I thought this was so interesting, and people didn't get along as well, and there was more arguments about distribution of resources and stuff, and then someone had a baby. And the minute there was a baby, everyone was like, "Oh, we were minded." I don't mean to misrepresent his experience. It's not mine. But we're reminded we are a family. We are in this together. And countries or cultures where older people have a lot of are esteemed or given enormous value simply because they are old, those are often not great communities in which to be young. You know, we don't want, I think age should be neutral. I might want a seat on the bus because I might be, but that's not because I'm necessarily old, that's maybe because I have arthritis, right? But aside from more help with physical things, if we want that help, there's really nothing that sets apart how we should treat people on the basis of age. And what we want, especially in this world of longer lives that we, you know, the lucky among us are all going to inherit, how do we, it's equity across the lifespan. It's not paying for expensive stuff for sad old people. It's how do we support students? Being a student, being young is hard. Being young, I mean, that's another reason to have friends of all ages, is to be reminded that it's hard to be young. We olders don't want to be any younger, no matter how terrified we are, whatever, you know. We like our years and the power it brings to us, which was a bit of a digression. But, you know, these forces want us to be afraid and want us to be divided and want us to, you know, buy useless stuff because, you know, if aging is a problem, or pathologized, if natural physical changes that accompany aging are pathologized, then we can be persuaded to, you know, buy medicine we don't need. I'm not saying all medicine is a bad idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you? Are you okay? Yes, I just have to clean up a little. So, I'm the perfect example of a cleaning lady, don't you think? Yes, here we go. I have an announcement to make. We are so sorry that the Secretary of State, Gry Haugsbakken, she couldn't make it today. It's her loss, yeah. But we have other people who makes it today. The next one, he's a research professor in the statistics department at the Nordic Institute for Studies in Innovation for the past 17 years. There he writes about technology, innovation, research policy, and the history of thought. He received a Bachelor of Science and Business Administration degree at Wayne State University, Detroit in 1979, and his PhD in economics at the New School for Social Research, New York City in 1997. Mark has lectured at several universities in the United States, United Kingdom, and in Europe, including the TI Key Center. He has also been a senior economist. Thank you. I love food and it's still in my teeth. I can't help it. He has also been a senior economic, was that right? No. Economist. Yeah. You see, it says economic. I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, I promise. We're going to have a meeting after. Economist Affairs, okay. Officer in the United Nations in Geneva and research in Vienna. He could park his slippers under my bed. Please welcome Mark Knell. Okay, I have to clean again. Okay. Of course. Hello, Mark. Yeah, you want it here, or
yeah, just some.
You want me to hold it for you?
No.
Okay. Just testing.
Okay. Well, this is a little bit different angle on how on ageism and what was talked about earlier on. Ashton's book, what I'm going to talk about is probably more in the, connected more to the employment side of things, but employment and technology. But you'll see that this will fit very well into a story. And I'll just go from there. Much of my presentation is very statistically based, They asked for it this way, but this is the way a lot of the organizations do this. And I just want to say that the topic of ageism is actually very popular within the international community, namely the United Nations and the OECD. It is actually just short of a white paper inside Norway, but they don't talk about it very much. It's actually it actually was probably initiated more from inside the OECD, who's been pushing. They have probably the most assertive agenda that I know of. The UN is trying to be assertive, but it's really because it is more centered in the richer economies that the OECD is the appropriate place for it. So let me just go on. If we could change the slide, and I'll try to. Yeah. I don't know how I can do that. Oh, but anyway, the basic story, as I'm sort of outlined it first, in some ways, I'm focusing more on the employment and population, and I'll tell a story that will be a little bit more on the technologically based. And particularly, I'll give you'll get a minute of technology in 250 years in one capsule. But I'm going to focus more on the digital revolution, which was the 5th industrial revolution of the last 250 years. And it changed things quite fundamentally. And in a way that it really impacts life. I don't want to say ageism, I actually prefer to call it life in this context, because life is changing a lot, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. And that's the part that that's the main issue I think we should be talking about here. We'll talk about here is about how these things change. So there is from the economist side, we're thinking about it purely in terms of the relationship between technology and employment, but in reality, we can flip it over very easily, as the OECD often does. You can think about it in terms of career paths. Okay, so you'll see that mainly, and we're talking about literacy, learning, aging. All of these sorts of things are really important. The most important message you should get from that about learning is that education is not something you do when you go to the university. It's something you do later on. And a lot of people do this even after they've retired. And you can actually have multiple careers throughout your entire life. And this is a point that we will push on, and then I'll make some final comments about Norway. I won't get too much into it, and also on the issue of happiness. Could we change? Yeah, good. I love Max for this, just for this alone. Anyway, the main point here is that taking the statistics, I'm just taking them straight from the OECD. We can see that you have the population, the percentage of the population that is over the retirement age, that's 65 years is what they're using here, that it's gradually increasing. Now this is actually a projection. They do project things all the way out to about 2060, but you can see that it's actually rising quite high. Now if you notice the light green and the dark green, the light green has all of the OECD countries bundled into one, and the individual countries will be somewhere in this light green. I'm not. It just gives you the average of all of them together. Next.
Can we just quickly get a definition of OECD countries?
Let's see. The best way to define it is just to say they're the rich countries. It's literally almost all of Europe, not the poorest countries, the US and Japan, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Some other countries have gone on, joined them. It's a little bit different than the UN. The UN is everything, but the OECD is only the select richest countries. So, but they have a very good statistical department. I worked for the UN for a few years, but we were always interacting with the OECD and to get the facts straight. I can explain it later. But it's hard to say. I can't remember all of the countries at one moment. Could we change the slide, please? Yeah. Now you can see that using the same data, that they're taking a fraction of the normal population, between 20 and 64, over the older population, and you can see that it's actually moving in a strange kind of U-shaped, and it's actually right around 2010 here that this is the maximum point is here, and it's actually beginning to decline a little bit in the future.
Percentage as a percentage of the total population, share of what?
Yeah, it's the one group is the 20 to 64, and the other group is 64 and above, or 65 and above.
This is 20 to 64.
Yeah, in the total, maybe you're correct. It would be the younger crowd over everything. Yeah. Okay, next. And you're looking at it on the countryside, from the country basis. You can see that here you're getting what 2020, which would be the main purple one, and then you got 1990, which is 30 years earlier, and that's the little dots in the inside. So you can clearly see that the population is aging over that 30-year period, and then you go to 2050, and these are the little dots on top. So it's actually going to rise significantly in the next 40 years. 30 or 40 years. And it goes for all countries. Norway's actually doesn't do too bad, but you can see the aging right here. So there's Norway. And I had seen it somewhere. The United States is down here. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the technology part I was trying to talk about. That this is the short snapshot. I didn't know how to actually tell the story. I thought, well, this is a slide I use when I teach at the TIC Center in Oslo sometimes, and it describes the different technological revolutions. The revolutions occur somewhere around 50 to 70-year intervals, and they have started in, we even know the particular dates, and they usually come with a bang. The strange irony about the whole thing is that the Big Bang for the digital revolution was actually the creation of the Intel computer chip. It was that particular chip that did it. It was announced in November of 1971. Not a single person carried the story in the newspapers. But it was the revolution, and nobody noticed it. But that's actually, if you go back the 5 times before that, you don't even notice it then either. It happens, and what's important about this story is the revolution happens as a big bang, but it evolves over time, and actually the social and economic fabric of the society changes over this entire 50 to 70-year period. And it changes gradually, so it's an evolutionary change with a revolution leading it. Now, what's particularly interesting is you start with this factory near Manchester. That was the original Industrial Revolution. And so we know this factory, but later it became closer to the railway, steel, and then Ford Motor Company, which was important in there, and then the microprocessor. I can go on with this, but I think we have to change the slide to the story. Now here's focusing onto the digitalization of the economy and why this is important in our story for ageism. Here we have the introduction of the microprocessor, which then sparked the Industrial Revolution. There was a laboratory invention phase that happened before that, so there's about a 20-year period before that. You saw it all happening. For some people, Bell Labs was really important. If you probably heard about a transistor. My father had one of them. There were a flat thing about this big. It was one transistor. But this will point out that the current iPhone that's going to be coming out this autumn it's a 4 nanometer technology, and it has 25, it's actually 50 billion transistors inside of it. So that's how much it actually changed, that this actually, we know it now as something called Moore's Law. That's exponential growth of the computer power. It almost doubled every 2 years for the last 40, 50 years. So that's just to give you an idea of what this computing power and what this revolution actually is doing. But it does a lot of things that we're not really clear about. One is the ubiquitous computing. You've got computers everywhere. Even when you buy a car, they have multiple computers inside of it, and you don't even realize it's there. You've got computers, they're putting them into refrigerators, even all sorts of places in your home that you wouldn't imagine where they're at. But what it does do is it became the basis for a complete and thorough transformation of the economy and society. And now we're at the currently people talk in terms of smart technologies, which involves robotics, artificial intelligence, computerized algorithms, mobile sensors. There'll be self-drivable cars in the near future. There'll be a number of things of this sort. Next. But this is the question now that's left is the idea of the future of work and what's actually happening. So these new technologies actually are shaping the way people work. And they also change the jobs, what kind of jobs they have. So you have new work-life patterns. These technologies tend to be some kind of game changer. They change the way you promote productivity, the way services are actually performed, and also it also improves well-being and happiness in some ways. But do the machines take the jobs? This is a good one. This is one of my favorite questions, because this is where the Luddites came from, and Captain Swing. But if you want my tendency is to try to say, go after them, but the reality is that if you're smart and you learn and you can actually adjust to all the changes in society, your job is not going to be gone. It'll change. You'll have new opportunities, you do something new, and you'll come back in a different way. So if you have this positive way of looking at this, then you don't have the same problem as the Luddites did. So you have this potential of job loss and skills being obsolete. A good example that I actually remember living through was, in the 1980s, there were secretaries all over the place. Try to find one now. That's just one example of that. It was a complete change because of the digitalization. And now you've got the same thing happening with robotics, the use of artificial intelligence. In robotics, the original Ford Model T, there was huge numbers of people in the Rouge plant making these things. Gitskin and I actually went to one of the tours there, the Rouge plant. They're making trucks now. They're going to be making these new Ford electric trucks. But there's hardly anybody inside the plant. The robots are doing everything for you. So they're making the cars, they're making the trucks, but without people. So that is an important change to this. But what's actually some things going on right now? So you have, over the past 50 years, you end up seeing a kind of a job polarization, which is actually happening more or less now. And what's happening more recently, you see the middle skilled jobs are actually starting to disappear because of the digitalization. And so these jobs are disappearing relative to low and high skilled workers. So if you don't go and get an education, you're probably stuck in the bottom and you won't actually advance in any form. On the high end, you not only can advance, but you can actually, your understanding or knowledge is enough to be able to transform the job that you've got. I will point out, though, that there has been a general trend of labor shortage occurring, which had not happened in the last 50 years, but it was happening for 2 or 3 years before COVID. COVID is actually speeding it up. And there's in a lot of cases they can't even find the workers to fill those jobs. And this is going on now 5 or 6 years. But this, next. So how do you overcome these shortages? Well, some of that I've already hinted to, so I can just go quickly through here. First is that we usually talk in terms of education. Since we're all older, we really don't think very much in the traditional sense of going to the university and getting an education, but that's how it's done early. But then there's new kinds of programs around. I know that having taught in Britain for a few years, that these master's programs is big business. And if you've got your bachelor's degree in Britain, that was enough that you can apply for any kind of master's. It didn't matter what field it was. So you can always change your field as long as you got that bachelor's degree. And people were doing this. Sometimes they'd go in 2 or 3, 4 times and change it again. If they didn't like what they were doing, they'd try something different. But we usually talk about something called lifelong learning, where you might actually be studying and learning all the time. You might be taking courses online. There's some way you might do it. You can also read about these things. I mean, there's a thing called reading, or listening to them or something. We are traditionally economists. He's one of the first Nobel Prize winners. Wrote a brilliant paper years ago on learning by doing. The other one is learning by using. If you just use things, that's another historian. Learning by interacting, and one shouldn't forget learning by fucking up. Henry Ford did it twice before he got it straight. That's how many. He went bankrupt twice completely, and then he got Ford Motor Company straightened out. But that's just one example. And then there's the question of creativity. Being artists, as well as academics. I think artists and academics are pretty similar in that sense. And here, the creativity is learning, but we sometimes think of it in terms of knowledge building, or building new sorts of knowledge. You have experience, learning, perception, and they all can appear. And in philosophy, philosophers like to divide between knowing how, knowing what, knowing why, and knowing who. And all of these things are important in this in this story. Next. Now, the other issue, which is closely related to what we're talking about, is that what happens within the labor market itself, independent of the technology. And what we can see is that the story I want to tell is that you've got 2 interesting pressures on the population that's going on. One is you've got people who are, they want to work longer, they feel capable of working longer and they want to work longer. And on the other hand, you got some who would like to retire as early as possible if they accumulate enough money to do it. But in both cases, even if you do retire early or if you work longer, that you want to do more. But you can see that over time, that the number of years that you actually can function in the labor market is increasing. It's a general trend, and you find this trend also in the health indicators, that it follows almost a perfectly trend, meaning that you are living longer and more healthy. It's the point I'm trying to make. That's okay. Now, can you next? Oh, it's gone. I have to move fast to get these last couple of slides in. This one, actually, just nice to point out that we normally, and what academics usually say, think of your life itself is you go to education, you get employed, and then you retire. And that's certainly what our parents and grandparents were like. But now it's different. It's more like this. You have education, employment, go do something else, and re-enter employment, maybe get half retired, and then retire at some point. And so you can actually change things a lot. And the other thing, too, is the child care. We don't usually talk about that, but it's on the side, and it's very related to the aging process, because there's a point where you want to leave the labor market, but you want to then come back, and you want to have that option and opportunity to do that. Next. To do what? Just the table itself. It's actually, I just wanted the water. I didn't need this table. So we're back again to the future of work. Just a lot. So it's just a few last things. If I remember right, I think there's just one more slide. And there's in economics itself, I'm actually considered to be an evolutionary economist. By most standards. Marx was almost a kind of evolutionary economist, but there's a couple of others, Schumpeter and others are in the same boat. But what's interesting is that they're not, it's the same as traditional economists, and the evolutionary types think in terms of diversity. And I was thinking of your book in this context, but the diversity is a really important component within this evolutionary context. And so is innovation and creativity. Those three are central to the whole process here. So if you think about this, then you find out that age diversity is actually good for the business productivity. So here you find out that the trend is that older workers tend to boost productivity. The older workers tend to have spillover effects. The spillover effect would be that in training process, the younger ones don't learn from the older ones. So there's a learning process here. That'd be a spillover effect. And that's, actually, I spelled it out a little more concretely on purpose here. They are learning both directly and indirectly from the younger ones are learning from the older ones, both directly and indirectly. The older workers tend to have lower turnover, and what we also know from the OECD, they have the more experience, the higher the productivity. So actually, the older workers do pretty well, and in many cases, retiring them is not a good thing from the economic. And then we have. We talk about learning, we've already talked about, and the management of diversity. This is one thing that's missing in some of the discussions. Even OECD is pushing this point, but management, they don't so much. And then the last, really big one here is workplace workplace activism, that this is something that, at least in the last, very recently, is becoming more apparent. Just watch Disney and some of the current, the rise of unionism again in the States. It's not such a problem in Norway because everybody is kind of unionized in a certain way, but it is big in the United States. Next. I forgot about this slide. I tossed it in there because of what was cut out of the presentation earlier. I got it in very quickly. What it is that the Norwegian government it has actually done a lot. I just will try to say it very quickly. There's a document called More Years, More Opportunities. And this is something like what they call a white paper, but I don't think it actually is. I was trying to figure out exactly what it is, but it's 8 years ago, and it was done by the Prime Minister. And these are some of the points that it raises. First is that I was looking for a longer working life, age-friendly local communities, an active volunteer sector and civil society. They also have innovation and technology in there, particularly new solutions to, this is a term that one of my colleagues actually used, the silver economy, which they call it, healthcare, and then we have research on aging. They're all issues that are within this white paper. Now, the United Nations, they're centered a little bit more. That white paper is really based on this Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. And so this Madrid action has 4 particular goals. Again, a longer working life and ability to work. The second goal is participation and non-discriminatory and social inclusion. And 3 is the dignity, health, and independence. And 4 is intergenerational solidarity. So that just kind of gives you an idea that the international community and the governments are trying to do something. Whether they're doing it in a convincing way, I'm not sure. But this is something to think about. Next. And this I just want to show you. These are using the data from Norway, that the darker color means that the population is aging, and you can see that almost throughout Norway that the population will be aging. And so you can see this over time. Next. And this one, and then final. There's one more slide after this. I think this is just a simple point. Is using the OECD data. They actually did a survey on discrimination and ageism, and they actually found that there is far more discrimination on age than there is on sex, race, political beliefs, or other sorts of things. That actually ageism is a very significant problem that the governments need to address. Next. That's the last one for sure. These are the final thoughts. Most of it's repeating what I've said. One that it's just kind of covering the whole thing is decoupling identities and capabilities. And here are the capabilities we would call technological capabilities. So it's actually understanding, it's the education, learning, and being able to react to that. Perceptions in the labor market and learning. Aging and employment is important. We've talked about this. Age is a criterion for diversity, which is an important thing. Then education, and you just bring it to the education itself. If it's a learning, literacy in aging, what I haven't talked about, but I thought a lot of people will be talking about this, was what may make learning difficult for some older people is not here. And then finally, improving well-being and happiness. I'll just mention that at the moment, most of the calls for research and these sorts of things is on improving well-being and happiness. So that's the hot topic at the moment inside the European Union. And you have the SDGs, the environmental and all these sorts of goals. That is the UN part here. And it's connected with the aging also, our aging discussions. And that's it. What's the plan for? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Are you waiting for me, darling?
Oh, yes. Of course.
There is a big line outside, so but you are my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I learn from my mistakes too. That's why I printed it very big this time. Yes. And I have to move this again. Oh, that was so butch. Of course. Yes, next and the last performer. First, I want to say tomorrow we start at 5 o'clock. So this is my last introduction today. I'm sure you're happy about that. But Verdensrommet is the next artist. It's an artist-powered mutual support network by or for migrant artists and creative professionals based in Norway. This is a Verdensrommet retirement. What was the name again, I should say, darling? Retirement.
Rave.
Rave, yes. I like to include all of them, you know. Retirement rave. And they want to move with us to the rhythm of the manifesto. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's dance. I can't see anything. There, some, thank you. I'm not going to dance because that costs money. And there is no pole here, so what can I do?
Take dollars.
Sorry?
You take dollars.
By seconds. Yeah, paid by second. So.
John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nerves. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on the court from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on the rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through what in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been serving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry Hall, women liberationists, and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight dirt that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.